Hey there everybody, and thank you so much for watching this video again with me. Today this is an extra flight and we're going from Hosea Kutako International to Upington, and I had to look that up. That is in South Africa in the Northern Cape. And as you can see, we're at the fuel box, which is convenient because we forgot to fuel up before loading the flight. So I had them push me over to here. We are currently fueled up. Let's set up the rest of the airplane and let's get going. I still like the effect of the vanishing yolks. Now I'm doing this as much as possible before activating the batteries, because as soon as you drain the batteries, the airplane obviously won't start. Beacon, nav and strobe on. Here we go. And here in Flight Simulator 2020 there's a reasonable risk of draining your batteries, especially with bigger aircraft. So let's start her up, get going as soon as we can. Now when we get to Upington International, funny thing, they don't have any ILS, so it will be a visual approach. There's also again no ATC whatsoever, indicating that we have any flight guidance, so it will be 122.8 for the radio. Systems are go, and we will be flying 9,000 initially. I did see on the map we may have to climb a little bit because there could be some mountains in the way. But let's get going first. Alright, I think that is everything for right now. So without further ado, I still have an intro to show you. Alright, and one last thing before we are actually going. I've noticed that quite a few of the viewers, they have subscribed, which I deeply appreciate. It encourages me to keep flying online. Transponder is set also. Nicely done. And if you haven't subscribed yet, it's free, so why not? Outside air temperature is 4 degrees Celsius. We may need the pitot heater. Now let's get a bit of a pushback. Here we go. That should do it. Apparently all systems are go. Now from here, let's taxi out. Get a good start. Come on you, I clicked. There you go. Hi Ax, yes indeed, time to fly. Let's get going. Come on. Quite rough surface here. We're not going yet, X. Gotta taxi out first, then we'll be taking off. Now the good thing about this flight is that we'll be reaching South Africa today, which is good because then this weekend, possibly on Sunday, we will be reaching the tip of South Africa, after which we're going back north. Flaps set to max. I was just about to say, pay attention on Sobo, that marker should not have been there anymore. No traffic in the area whatsoever. What a shame. Where are you going? Stay airborne. Now with the mountains in the distance over there, those, we really need to get to proper altitude rather quickly. But not so quick, we're going to stall.
Don't sink.
There we go. Wish you a safe and relaxed flight as well, Axe. Talk to you later, matey. Now you guys may have noticed that I did not use the landing light, taxi light. That's partially because I keep forgetting those damn things. And also because there's basically no use. I was the only one on the entire airport and in the wide area. First waypoint, 3.5 miles. Then obviously we're going to Kui, or however the heck you pronounce this, and then slowly leave the beautiful windhoek behind us, heading down. Let's give the engine a little bit more oomph. Crazy thing here is that when we started out, the outside air temperature was 4 degrees Celsius. It just dropped from 13 to 12. Crazy how that works, isn't it? Now when we get to Kui, I have to look out for some mountain tops right here. But for the rest of the journey, I haven't seen a lot of trouble yet. Unless... nah, not here. There could be some flying rhino in the area. But not a lot of trouble until we actually find them. Looks like we're gonna miss this mountaintop, because we're about to turn. Or are we? No sir, we are not. Okay. We're turning ourselves. because we're going this way. Now the navigator could intercept. And when we take a good look at the screen here, obviously there's sky and there's ground. This is our artificial horizon, and we're not going to be able to top these mountains, so let's go to 10,000 immediately and hope that we don't need the extra oxygen. That does look good out here, doesn't it? Meliak Demir, I remember you. Welcome back to the channel, sir. I just have no idea what Gurboos might mean. Can you translate that for me, please? Oh, okay. A Turkish name. I just have seen nobody in this area, in this channel today, that is named Gurboos. Ah. Or maybe it's a nickname that you have for me or yourself or for the aircraft. I don't know. Anyway, coming up on 9,600, so we're just about to throttle back a little bit, save some fuel, and then hopefully we're able to make it. Well, we should be able to make it, let's put it that way. The remaining flight distance is 407.5 miles. That should be good. There's no translation. I'm not convinced that it cannot be translated. Let's make this English. Where is it? There we go. Robust. So yeah, it should be able to translate any word. .2 miles to Kui. Then there is a bit of a turn again to Utulu. That should keep us safe from scratching our plane belly on the mountain tops. Now, what do you guys say when you look outside here? Could this be a holiday destination for you? Omar Gaming, how are you doing? I'm not sure what that first word there is. Oh, okay. Anita Kandelwal, how are you doing? Please shout out. Oh! I doubt that is what you meant. Anyway, we're at 10,000, so throttling back a bit, saving a bit of fuel. Shout out your name. I'm going to need a little bit of practice on that. Anita, do you have a channel that you want me to shout out, or? Look at the outside air temperature, going from 6 to 7 and back again. True airspeed 108. You don't have a channel, Anita. Well, too bad. But I do hope that I don't really butcher your last name when I say Anita Kandelwal. How am I doing? I hope I'm fairly okay. Do I know about free fire? Well, let's take a look underneath the good old Cessna. There's no rockets here, so no free fire. Haha. You guys certainly do have some Will I fly the A321 in the next video? No sir, I will not, because I am still flying the Cessna 172 around the world, and while I'm doing that I obviously won't change aircraft unless I'm flying offline. Which PC am I using? This is a Windows 11 computer with 16 gigabytes of RAM, I guess 4 gigabytes of graphic memory, and it's a Intel Pentium i5 octa-core. Now Melly, if you want me to fly the A321 somewhere in the future, stay tuned till the end of this series, and well, after that, who knows? If you take a good look at earlier videos that I've shot before this series, I did fly other aircraft, mostly the smaller ones that yeah, I basically like and other people don't want to promote really. Now what is a Doordabis Carpet Airport? A carpet airport. Is that some place where they roll out the rug when somebody actually lands there? What is this? So Anita, that free fire you were talking about, what is that exactly? Can you tell me? From the next waypoint are we? 24.7. Making good pace here. And the engine, fuel flow good, pressure good, oil temperature good, exhaust gas temperature on the cold side. Vacuum okay, fuel enough. Still above freezing point. Don't look my behind. Okay, you just got me curious. Clear skies. Somebody about to chase me? Oh, and Melly, in the last video we've talked about this. If you make crazy thingies, YouTube is hiding that. So please don't do that. Come on, man. I gotta hide it now. Okay, so just type normal things and well, you will be displayed. So I have to look at my 6. Well, let's go ahead and check that out then. VatSim first. There is nobody behind me on the VatSim network. This is our little trip, by the way. There wasn't anybody behind us earlier, but obviously that can change at any minute. Oh, I bet he's coming from the moon. I could really go hiking out near these mountains right here. then there's that carpet airport from which we can go. Funny thing is, it seems to be in the middle of absolutely nowhere. And when it comes from absolutely nowhere, is there a place to stay? Do I have to bring a tent? What is the deal with this airport right here? If anybody knows, please let me know. I like it. On the other side, I could take a serious hike right there. Follow the old riverbed. See what's out there. Guess this is a new way to find proper destinations for vacations, holidays, whatever, you name it. Whatever you want to call them. Fifteen and a half miles from Utulo, sorry. Till another slight turn, and then there's the long stretch at FAUP, and then straight into Upington International. What do you guys think of this scenery right here outside of the aircraft? I'm liking these. Adana. Not sure who Adana is, but hello Adana, how are you? No idea. I have no idea. You know, this is one of the reasons why I do fly around the world, because you do actually meet a lot of people around the world, a lot of different cultures of which I know absolutely nothing about. And I like to learn new things without being biased, just getting to know the things firsthand, of course. And then maybe I decide to like something, like certain types of music or areas, or maybe I don't. And yeah, that is part of who I am. Everybody and everything is a good person to me until they themselves change it on me. So if somebody who I think is a good one, he ruins it for himself, well then he ruined it. Then it doesn't matter area, culture, religion. I don't do all that crap. I like you or I don't. So what is Asiantic music? Is that some... Well, the first thing that comes to mind is techno. Does it have anything to do with techno? Like, you know, early 80s European music. Floris Kwekel, hello, how are you doing? I'm doing great as well, and yes indeed I am Dutch, sir. As you can also see by my tail number. I recently also talked to the guy who actually owns the Papa Hotel Bravo Victor Lima. Great conversation. He took it apart completely in the last winter, and what he did there, completely restored it. Now I don't have the images open right now, so I can't show you, but I may show them again in the next video. I have to prepare these things to avoid my simulator crashing, and I'm not like a real life pilot, sir. What I have done, how I got to know the original Papa Hotel Bravo Victor Lima, is that I was a flight sim enthusiast for over 7 years already. So family, they decided to get back at me, and they gave me a real life lesson to show me how hard it is to actually fly an airplane. Now what happened was they actually kindled and fired up the aviation bugs. Because if you are able to keep a Cessna 172 under control in the simulator here, you are actually able to do it in real life as well. The only difference is that your chair is actually moving in a real life aircraft. So instead of me flying less, I started flying more and actually went back for a few more lessons. And with those few more lessons, I actually got better at flying in the simulator, of course, again. Which is a result that I found hilarious, obviously. And yeah, I'm divorced. Not because of the flight simulator, by the way. So 1.1 miles to Utulo. Your tail number is just Floris. Well, Floris, are you flying in the area? This is going to be just like Meliak Demia again. I have to look out for my 6. Well, there's nobody in the area. Well, maybe at the airport, you never know. Currently not flying. Oh, well, I fly every Sunday online on the VatSim network, and sometimes, just like today, I do extra flights, and you're welcome to join up on a flight. How long is this flight? It is a total of 410 nautical miles, and let me look it up right here. Renew VetSpy. I have 366.8 nautical miles left to go for this flight. And yes, we have a lot of flying to do. And we have a lot of flying in our past. For those that have never seen it, this is the complete flight plan from all the airports that we're visiting. So currently we're doing 410 miles from Hosea Kutako to Upington, and then tomorrow or Sunday we're doing 361 to Cape Town. Amsterdam, let's go have a look, because I have been there before. It's one of the first flights that I did, because I had to go from Eelde Airport to London to start this trip. That's the first video in the series. I don't think we're coming to Amsterdam. No, we're ending at London City Airport. So the very first flight actually does go over Schiphol Airport. But obviously we're going from Eelde to London City, because that's where we started. Ta-da! And from London City we did a staggering 5.5 hour flight to Berlin Tegel. So I basically passed over my own hometown again. Yeah, smart move, Dom. Well, yeah, I had to get my airplane from my hometown to the start point, of course. So, up next, Upington. Well, in a while, that is. How do I fly over the Atlantic Ocean? Before I answer that, hello Moods, how are you doing? Well, to answer the Atlantic Ocean thingy, in the flight plan as described, let's move it up, we're basically, yeah, somewhere here where it's really busy is London, and we did Central Europe, came back, now we're along the coastline here. Coming down, here we are, and this weekend we're going to make the turn back up north. Now, when we have done that, we're going to go down again, going to go all the way around Australia, and we may or may not do the New Zealand detour. It is up to you guys. Then coming back up, and we're going to go in the Russian direction, going well, obviously through Russia, then make this little tiny jump somewhere. Yeah, there's an airport somewhere here near Anchorage, then come back down. We're going to go all the way down to the southern tip of South America, come back up, go back up north through the USA, then we're going to make a long jump to Iceland, then Greenland, then back to London. And there's this guy on Reddit who has spent weeks, I tell you, how to figure out how this could be done in a Cessna 172, because obviously there's a very limited tank. Now, he spent all that time. Then he advertised it on Reddit. That's where I got the flight plan that you just saw. And the flight plan, I did it before, it is possible. And well, yeah, now I'm doing it online, of course. So that's how we're doing the Atlantic. We're not. We're basically trying to avoid going over water. Good luck. Well, thank you, Floris, and yeah, I hope you keep following this, because there are some pretty interesting things about to happen with scenery. And obviously when we get back up north a little bit, where the areas are actually ATC controlled, there are chances that we may have ATC coverage when we Cape Town, that's where we're going, either Saturday or Sunday. Sometimes there's a controller there, sometimes there is not, like right now, otherwise we would have seen notifications here, or even a blue outlining. So when we get VatSim coverage, that always makes for a more interesting flight, I think. So right now, to make things interesting, we basically have the scenery, we have the cockpit, we have you guys, and we need to entertain ourselves. Yeah. As you can see, there's not even another airplane remotely in the area with which we can do something like a radar check or something. Nobody here. Too bad. I'll be back in about 2 to 3 minutes. Quick toilet break. Alright folks, I'm back. Am I on Volanta? I have no idea what you mean, Floris. Can you explain? It's an app. What kind of an app? You got me puzzled, brother. No idea what that is. Oh wow, he tries to figure out how to describe that. Let's have a look at our engine. This is all still looking great. Exhaust gas temperature still relatively on the low side. Vacuum has dropped a bit. How's the air temperature doing? 4 degrees. Dropped a few. And where you can basically just track your flight. Look at all the flights you have done and friends. Yeah, to make that is called VatSim. And in Flight Simulator 2020 you also have, of course, your own logbook. And doesn't matter if you reinstall 15 times, the logbook gets saved online. So that's how I track everything that I've done. Basically a logbook, yeah. Flight Simulator has that. You're gonna play some games? Well, Flores, I hope that you come back and maybe visit me on a flight someday. If you join the Discord, I promise I will announce the next flights. So you can choose whether or not to accompany me, yes or no. And otherwise, yeah, as soon as you notice me online, obviously it says from which airport to which airport I'm going at that live stream. And you're welcome to follow up and join there. Speaking of which, there's still nobody on my 6, despite people telling me they were going to. So yeah, that. The Discord link is in the description of the video. 338 nautical miles to go. I'm currently unable to go and check because that will crash my machine, the simulator and everything. Let's not do that. May be able to do that when we get to Upington. You're in, alright, thank you so much for joining, Floris, and you can follow the next flights there. Still nobody within radio range. What a bummer. We're on the VatSim network, come on. Beautiful area like this and nobody flies here. Compare that to Europe at the moment. There's a few airplanes there. And a whole bunch in the USA. Such a bummer. We're coming up on another airport by the looks of it. Just a landmark. Doesn't seem to be on my map. Now, if there's anybody watching that knows the true landscape of South Africa, I would love to get in contact with you, because we're obviously going to leave Namibia. We're still in the Windhoek area and going south to South Africa. And I would love to find out if the area that we're flying to actually resembles the way that well, it should look like. It actually is an airport over there. Why isn't it on my map? See? Nothing there. And this is the symbol of an airport. And at 7 miles, there is an airport. Can't really see it yet. Show me. Bitter Wasser, bitter water in German. Curious, should be on my list. 92.8 miles to FYWH. And I'm going to think that is roughly the border with South Africa. Not sure. If anybody knows, let me know. I'm also curious about these amazingly straight lines here. Are these all roads? Guess not. What are they? Maybe there's something that Bing Maps has thought up. Like the artificial intelligence is going like, I don't know what goes here. Let's put a road here. See how straight they are? Yes, they could be irrigation kind of channels. Irrigation channels. There's only roads going to the water, but it looks fit. What evil magic is this? I'm certain they are not real roads. Looks like there's another airport up here that is not on my map. Pay attention, Asobo. For the guys that don't know, Asobo is the company that creates all the maps and most of the game. Yeah, you can't miss that there's an airport over there. If I scoot over, you can actually read it. Litfontein landing site. Sounds like an airport to me, doesn't it? I'm going to go back to my own seat. Speaking of which, it's a good thing that there's no co-pilot, because yeah, I fired him. He wanted to fly the entire route in opposite direction. I was like, nah. I like the order it's in. Let's stick with it. This guy here is getting fairly close, and we are crossing paths if I'm quick enough. Let's text him and see if he's in range. By the way, in VPilot you can just simply start texting him, or you can do .chat and then his name, then you send him a private message, and that goes all around the world. Through here on 122.8 it's just simply if he's in range he can read it, if he is not in range he can not read it. So if there's no answer, there has been no way that he's seen us. And I seriously doubt it, because he is far, 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 far away. Actually, I can guesstimate it, because it is 312 nautical miles for us to get to the airport, as you can see, and he's even further away. I seriously doubt that my radio is going to make it 312 miles. So yeah, that. Ha. Let's enjoy the scenery a bit more. And another uncharted airstrip right in front of us. Staff Aviation, how are you doing, friend of the channel? Yeah, sorry I didn't notify. I just felt like flying, so I did. Can you drive tomorrow or tomorrow? Isn't that just called the day after tomorrow? But congratulations on your new drive. And then you can start haunting me in the videos. Then again, if you start haunting me in the videos, I'm flying over to Romania and I've got a lot of fire spray on board. He's trying to go get a fighter jet. Well, you go ahead, sir. I got fart spray and I'm not afraid to use it. And then you're probably thinking, how are you going to get that from my airplane to your airplane? Well, easy. Ever heard of chemtrails? I can do it. He's gonna get a fighter jet. He's gonna get a bombing military jet. Well, I'm staying off the ground, so you can bomb all you want. and my prop will maul you. Why is there another unlisted airport right in front of us? Here, look at it. Nothing. Airport. Nothing. Airport. Nothing. That's not good. They should be all listed. Now remember folks, at one point I sent LNK314 a message whether or not he was in range for a radio check. He obviously is not in range because he has not responded. And also he seems to be taking quite a detour away from us, so won't get any of that. Then we have Gom from Indonesia. How are you doing, Gom? Thank you so much for watching. Outside air temperature 3 degrees. We may have to get the pitot heater started shortly, so let's keep an eye on that. Please flight Airbus A320. I may fly the A320 in the future, but in this series first we're going to finish the trip around the world in the Cessna, in the 172 obviously, and after that I'm going to go do new flights, new challenges, new areas, and I'm going to rely heavily on everybody who visits the channel to participate in which destinations, which aircraft, you name it basically. And what you guys think up, the craziest idea is the one that I'm going to do. So flying a small waterplane along the length of the Amazon River is one of the ideas that I had, which I did. You can see those on my channel. And flying a Cessna 172 around the world, that's another idea, but that's not my idea originally. That came from Reddit. And then when we're done with this, and this is flight 22 of about 130, after that you guys help me out, okay, and send in your crazy ideas or what we can do with an airplane. And please don't go and say stunt fly a A320, because let's keep it realistic a little bit. Now what we can do is other crazy stuff, like well, you guys tell me what you can come up with, like hell, I don't know, turn Moscow into the Twin Towers. Do the longest flight possible, slew mode up to space and land safely, everything like that. But I have to install slew mode here first, because this is still the original version of Flight Simulator 2020. Staff Aviation. Did we already fly above Romania? I don't think we did. I think we're flying over Romania when we come up back north from Africa, and then we're making a right turn basically, and I think we're then going to fly over Romania, I think. Do I know Ryan Beyond Sky? No, I do not know Ryan Beyond Sky yet. Who is he? Can you tell me? By the way, if you guys know the channel called Air Force Proud 95, that's the channel that got me inspired to start and uploading videos to YouTube about aviation. Hafiza Prilia, how are you doing, buddy? Thank you for watching again. Where are we now? Good question, let's find out. We're still in Windhoek, Namibia, and today we're flying to South Africa. And the airport is called Upington, so that's where we'll be landing today. And then tomorrow or Sunday we're going straight to Cape Town. That's where we are. Staff years and I've uploaded like 23 vids and 11 subs. Well, with 23 videos, if you gained 11 subscribers, that is not bad at all. But as anybody in the YouTubing world knows, you have to keep uploading until finally the algorithm picks you up. And if you see the spike in what happened lately, I've uploaded multiple videos. Some are doing well, some are doing really terrible. They're the same kind of videos, but eventually the time on which you upload, the length of the video, the frequency of upcoming videos, that is what is apparently working the algorithm that YouTube uses to either send people to your channel or not. Now, and again, I'm just doing this for a hobby, so I'm not really dependent on subscribers for ad revenue and everything like that. By the way, you have to have a lot more subscribers for that. But I really do enjoy that people seem to enjoy what I'm uploading. So thank you again everybody for watching. I really do appreciate you, and I like to have a good time with you while we're flying. Oh yeah, now it's done. Straight lines all over the map. So now I want to find out what is it and why. Speed up. And it's time to drop the drone. Why are all these ridges here? It's like ridges of trees. I don't really understand. Why are those here? And you can see that go on for miles and miles and miles. Why? And what's that like there? Is that like a salt flat? That's more like a lagoon. Tutorials on Cessna. Well, do tell me, dear boy, what would you like to know about the good old Cessna 172? I really don't get these ridges. Because finding out how to pilot a passenger plane, just doing a B747-400 startup for me. Well, Steph, once you're airborne and the systems take over, there's not a real lot of difference. I mean, the glass cockpit. Wait a minute, switch camera views. The glass cockpit basically is the same. The buttons can be in various areas, like up here, down there, on the pedestal, you name it, but that is all basically the same. It's just a variation in aircraft that you have to learn. When it comes to propeller passenger aircraft, yeah, that's all the same, period. Then there's turboprops, like the Cessna 208 Caravan, turboprop. That has a different startup sequence. But once you mastered that bit, you can also start up a wide body jet like a 7.4. So there's obviously a learning curve, but once you got that, you're there. Now then, taxiing, there's quite a bit of difference between taxiing a 7.4 and a Cessna 172, of course. The 7.4 is a lot longer, so you need to cut corners in a different way. And that is all getting used to. And simply don't overspeed. Then, when that has happened, you take off, you take a flight, and with a wide body jet, yeah, you have a lot more range. You can go further and it will go a lot faster. And with a wide body jet, most pilots are dependent on the ILS to land. And yeah, when it is basically landing itself, that takes a lot out of the simulation. So that's why I'm really glad that Upington International is in this simulator and currently loaded, obviously, and in this route, because that's an international airport without ILS, so we're going to have to go visual landing. That being said, I'm gonna go out on a smoke break and I will be right back with you folks. Alright, we're back. Let's reset that view. That's about it. Fuel 70%. We should be able to make this remaining 256 nautical miles easily. Up on FAUP. Now maybe get away from these crazy ridges. Seems that these go on for hundreds of miles. No idea why. 9 miles to FAUP. Speed is okay, outside air temperature is okay. Engine is stable. Still the exhaust gas temperature is a little low. Moscow landing site. Staff Aviation, you need to come over here in a hurry with your fighter jet and bomb that thing. $229 miles straight into the airport. I wonder if that is how it works. Let's zoom in. Can we still find it? Here we go, that's what we wanted to see. We cannot see yet. Too far off. boosters. North good. Flight 2020. Well, Steph, you already wanted it to begin with, and if your setup is correct, you can enjoy every flight just as much as I do. I'm gonna go to the airspeed. Well, let me explain that. There is air all around the airplane, of course, and that moves in a certain direction. There is no way that air is actually standing still. So according to the engine, our airspeed is 65 knots. Okay? Then there is the airspeed as indicated, and that basically is your speed compared by the outside air temperature, by the outside airflow, and then there's the GPS speed, the true airspeed. So the GPS, it calculates obviously what your speed is and how far it is from the next waypoint. So from there it starts to calculate, and our true airspeed at this moment is 107 knots, which is comparable to the miles, the nautical miles. It's not exactly the same, but yeah, close, very close, and even so close that don't nobody care to change it. So those are the three speeds that you have to work with, because there's your engine speed, should put us at 65 knots. There's the indicated, which is our engine speed, and the airspeed, of which is all around us, and then there's the true airspeed. So when you want to calculate how long it takes to go from point A to point B, it's the true airspeed that you want. That is basically all the knowledge that you need on that one, especially when you're just starting out flying. Now the angle of attack, we covered that last time. Then there's vertical speed. I doubt if I have to explain altitude to you. The trim, that may be the next one you want to talk about. When you are flying and the autopilot has taken over, there are areas of the aircraft that the autopilot will trim, and you can also do that manually. And manually, that is with this wheel right here as your trim. So basically what you are doing is you are trimming the ailerons slightly up or down, and as you can see, they're now at 11% up. Why? Because you want to keep your aircraft straight and level. Now, because the air has movement and it goes up and down all the time, you can trim the aircraft to cope with that and stay straight and level. So in this case, with the trim, going up 11%, you basically make sure that the aircraft stays in place at the altitude that you want. We calculated the speed is 261. 261 in a Cessna 172. Are you insane? That would shear the wings off. Only 2 degrees outside. Let's put the pitot heat on. Make sure we don't. 65 and 108 plus 88. Dude! For real? Here we go again. Engine speed. And an average of the wind speed gives you true airspeed. Ask your math teacher at school to explain that to you. And again, more of these ridges. What the flippin' heck is going on with all these ridges? By the way, Staff Aviation, I'm gonna make things a little bit more difficult for you. When the speed calculated by our airplane is 65 and our aircraft, because of the wind speed, is going 88, yeah? What does that tell you in aviation terms? Dum dum dum. Tick tock, tick tock, tock, tock. At least one channel fan that didn't pay attention to a single word I just said, so I'll just repeat myself. If our airspeed is 65 knots, we are going 88, and the true airspeed is 108. What does that tell you in aviation terms? Oh, you do know a lot of things, but here's the obvious one. If we are going faster than the air that is moving, it obviously means that the air is coming from behind. The wind is coming from behind us and it's basically pushing us forward, making our true airspeed higher. If our true airspeed was not 108 but let's say 44, we would have massive wind coming from the front and we would be stalling out and getting ready to crash, burn and die. That's basically it. If true airspeed is higher than your own airspeed, well, there you go. You're being pushed by the wind and helped by nature to get to where you want to go. Now that being said, let's have a little bit of fun here. The Cessna 172 obviously has a stall speed. It's not displayed yet. It's roughly 45. If our true airspeed is 43, what happens? You tell me. Do you die? Or do you stay alive? Correct. If we stall, we plummet to the earth because basically we're not flying anymore and we turn into a brick. And if we can't solve that on the way down, we die. Period. Another question. If our airspeed is 45, no, let's say 40. Yeah, our airspeed. But our true airspeed is 200. What happens? That's a trick question, so there's no good answer. Rip wings. Good man. You figured me out. And why do we say rip wings? Staff Aviation, you just said you do not know shit, but you apparently do know shit. Now here we go. I was trying to trap you, okay? the indicated airspeed for maneuvering 105. Yeah, at 105 the airplane still behaves nicely. We can easily go 120, 130 indicated, and the aircraft will still behave. It will still not fall apart or anything. Above that, you may get some serious warnings like you're about to die, stall. And what happens if you shear the wings off? Is that the same as stalling, or is that the same as, well, we're basically gonna make it? You tell me. If we are at 10,000 feet, as we are right now, well, above sea level, not above the ground, and suddenly we rip our entire wings off, which is possible because I have that setting on. What happens at 10,000 feet if I shear our wings off? Do tell me, dear sir. Can we make it to the nearest airport? And just for the people that are watching this currently or at a later time, these are questions that you may think are the dumbest questions on earth, but to a 14-year-old those are valid. So this guy still has a lot to learn, and we're teaching him right now. No, we're not going to go to the nearest airport because we have no wings, meaning we lose control. Okay, and where are we going when we lose control? Are we able to settle down safely somewhere, or are we going to crash, burn and die? Singular part of the remaining is the cockpit. Correctly. And what keeps us in the air? We have no more lift, correct? Like unlift. So what you're saying is that we have the flight characteristic correct. So hello, we have the flight capabilities of a brick. Pretty close to the atmosphere, which would have a chance to get the engine on fire if we were any higher. No, we will not go on fire in a Cessna 172 because the wings are the tanks. We'd fall like a chicken. That's a new one. Well, I'm going to demonstrate what would happen with the drone. Let's just assume for a second that the video you're seeing right now is me following the airplane. And I make a mistake and the wings fall off. They're left behind us. Oh dear! Oh dear! Oh no! Oh no! What happens now? Well, this happens. and you're dead. And then suddenly it turns out that wings are really handy when you're trying to fly. Yeah, go ahead and try glide at that speed, sir, when you have no wings. So yeah, basically, what can we tell about that? Overspeeding is not a really great idea. Not on the highway and not in the air, because of current obvious reasons. And I do hope that staff aviation understands now why that there's 3 speeds indicated, especially out here: engine, air and true, so that yeah, once he starts flying himself, he can kind of stay safe. Meli Akdemir Raspodi. No idea what you meant right there, but I think you meant Rhapsody. Good song by Queen, by the way. We're talking about that or another song? Or just basically what it means, everything coming together. And while you're watching, Millie, I have been watching all around me for the last hour. Haven't seen you. Why did you want me to watch my 6? Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! I have eluded even the best of everybody. Can nobody find me? Guess you can't, guess you won't. I'm getting a little bit too musical here, so might get copyright strikes from YouTube, and I don't want that. Shit, there was another one. I've been streaming for 2 hours 29 minutes and a little bit. Already 107 people have been watching this. Wow. I want to thank each and every one of you. Average viewing time is not that high, but okay. Everybody enjoying, even if it is for just a minute. Oh, it's great with me. Now then, people from South Africa, report, because I'm about to invade your border. And you know what happened if I invade your border, you know? I'm not gonna land there, you know. And you let me know if your land look the same greatness in real life as it does in the simulator. Let's go, everybody. And no, I'm not being racist by imitating. I am being friendly because I love South Africa. The people actually understand me in my native language there, because Afrikaans is related to Dutch in the same way that Dutch is related to Belgian. So when I go to Belgium, the people there, they can understand me. Nou, ik kan niet praten Afrikaans niet, maar ik probeer. So I really like South Africa. Seems to have stunning nature. And fortunately, before that comes, we still have a few miles to go. But if there's anybody watching from South Africa, I want to meet you. Let's go. And there will be a day that I actually come to South Africa and then maybe travel north to Namibia, to Windhoek. I sort of promised a guy that in the last video. So promises are keepsies. Hundred and 68 miles to go as the crow flies towards the airport. So let's be safe and say the airport is not yet in sight. Okay, Steve Aviation, trick question. I changed something in the cockpit. And what did I do? And meanwhile, he saw a white box in the kitchen. Thought it was something for Easter, but no, it was something for Easter, but he thought it was a hard drive. Yeah, bummer, dude, bummer. So, Steph, did you notice anything that I did to this setup right here? There is something that has changed. I'm wondering if you can figure it out. And it's an important one if you want to be able to fly one day. You have no idea. Let's have a look at the engine. The revs have gone up. The exhaust gas temperature has gone up significantly. What about this speed? What do you think has happened? What did I change? Engine power, indeed. Now why did I power up? Because we have more than enough fuel. And well, basically fuel is free if you fly away quick enough. So yeah, with half a tank and 2/3 of the way done, I'm going to assume that we can make it at any speed. What do you think? That's what I thought as well. We can make it. Okay, we're not going to over rev the engine. I can, but we're not going to. And I'm gonna let you do the calculations. What is our speed difference between before and now? Scroll up, dude. You still have the notes right there. And don't start adding them up again. And we have a bingo! We found a difference of 7 knots. I can only say that is 100% correct. You, sir, no longer have the right to say that you don't know nothing. Because you do know stuff, especially when it has been explained. Ta -ta 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 -ta. I salute you, you're smart. By the way, next time don't put the question mark there, because you perfectly know well that it was the right answer. It was either a 7 or 8. Well, you got it right, so be sure about your own decision. Anywho, I'll be right back in about a 5-minute break, so I'll be back. Okay, we're back. And the next question, now here's a trick question. If we have 33 knots and wind bouncing followed by 10, that's 23, we increase engine power, which gives us 9 knots more. Well, you basically know that we're not even able to get off the ground. And if we're in the air, we die because we stall. Okay, as we have enough fuel, it seems. Let me basically check that. 139 miles to go. And we have just over half a tank. I should be able to afford a good mistake. Alright, Steph, here we go. I'm going to cut the power to idle so you can see what happens in the stall. Okay? Pay attention now. Here we go. You see the airflow drops. You see the autopilot going insane, and we're coming up on the stall speed. And it is trying to keep us up in the air at our set altitude. But there is no way it can keep that airspeed because I've got the engine power to idle. Stall, 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 stall. So basically we're about to die. We've turned into a brick. It's not really visible yet, but you can see the airplane dropping. Let's not do that. Full power! I'm not sure how visible it was on your screen, but on my screen, which is a big screen, you could clearly see the airplane was dropping from the sky. Now we are slowly picking up airspeed and altitude, and terribly slow, and this is full power. How to properly act when you're stalling? Well, basically Stalling means that there's no more airflow coming over your wings, and the wings are shaped like they are because of a good reason. You can see that they're curved on the top and relatively flat on the bottom, which means that as soon as the aircraft picks up speed, the air has to go around the wing, which creates lift, and underneath it can go in whichever way it wants. So when it happens that the airflow over the wings, which creates lift, is being taken away, then you basically turn into a falling brick, which is not what you want. Then what you do is you try to get the nose down, pick up speed over the aerofoils, so that you can create lift again. And when you can create lift again, well, you're basically flying again. And those 5 points that you just said, well, no, they are not valid. It has nothing to do with Trevor Jacob or GoPros. And right now you can see that we are picking up speed again, and we're back at 10,000. So basically we're flying again, we're picking up speed, and we're making sure that we can get to our destination. Also, the engine revs are coming up to quite high levels, so let's turn them down slightly. And hopefully avoid a engine failure, and we have to land somewhere in this water. I would hate it if I have to refly this leg again. And by the way, Trevor Jacob is a perfectly good example of a complete idiot. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes to jail for possibly endangering other humans. So don't be like Jacob, don't be a complete idiot. Destination airport is in view on the map. This lake you see right here is that little dot right here. So we're not doing a water landing today. I do hope that this little demonstration gave you a little bit more insight there, Staff Aviation. Because, yeah, you basically want to go from A to B and as safely as possible. And that's crazy stuff you did on Discord, trying to keep crashing and stuff like that. Well, that's basically not what you want. The heck is this airport called? And also not on my map. Fontaine Airport. Okay. Yeah, that's not how you start a 172 Staff Aviation. Not even in Flight Simulator 2020 you press Ctrl E if you really have no idea how to do it. But if you have any sense, you check altitude, adjust mixture if you have to, and then you basically turn the key. That's it. It's a piston, it's not a turboprop. You turn on masters, you turn on avionics, you turn key, that's it. No fuel pump needed, it is off. Why? Because the tanks of the 172 are its wings. So fuel flows down automatically towards the engine. If you have any knowledge about gravitation, you know that fuel will always leak down. So there's one or two hoses, they fuel the engine starts rotating, you get lift, that's it. It's not any harder than that. So fuel pump is needed only in very harsh conditions. Like when you're in conditions where the fuel may actually freeze up. Then you want to get the fuel flow going really fast. If you link an entire Boeing 747 cockpit to 10 buttons or something. Yeah. Also not really how that works. I got 12 buttons on my joystick, so start-stop engine is not one of them. Flaps need to go up or down, so there's 2 switches. Trimming is 2 buttons, so that's 2 switches. Autopilot is 1. Auto throttle, yeah, that's basically 1. Then there's talking. Obviously, you want to talk to other people. Then there's things like parking brake. How do you handle that without the keyboard? Yeah, basically I can do anything I want with this joystick I got here, and I have the option to double the options so that I can program 24 functions to this one joystick with a extra switch. Now I didn't do that. Actually I have obsolete buttons because I don't need them in a Cessna 172. So I can, so I suppose it's an airliner, I can go spool up engines, bleed engines, start engines. I can go anywhere I want and it'll just happen. Is that like in real life? No sir, it is not. So I'd rather look up every single button that I need in the actual airplane or simulated airplane, and then get stuff started, compared to just pressing Ctrl E. I don't like it. Imagine if someone fits MSFS 2020 in the QR code. Well sir, I can fit MSFS in a QR code in seconds. If I put it in, I'll take you straight to the download where you can pay for the game or the simulator, however you want to call it, and make sure that you can install it. Come on. There's something seriously wrong with you if you want to steal MSFS. People have been working on this for 14 years. That is about as long as some of my viewers have been alive. And then you want to go haggling about a 120 euro. Come on. Go play X-Plane if you want to do that. Or go back to 1998 and get Atari stuff. For sir, in your landing. You think my landings are bad? I want to see you do it. And you even fucked up your engine. Come on now. Don't give me that crap. I have actually got live settings on. So it's live weather. I got most of the crash settings on, and if you see me die, it is for real. So then I get to restart the entire leg of the sim again. A 0 cent line. Steph Aviation, I want to see you do it. And until then, shut the fuck up, okay? Come on now. I was your dad, I would whoop your ass right now. If you can do better, show me. In which simulator? Any? No, not in any simulator. In Simulator 2020 with live settings set to on. You know why? Because otherwise you're going to come up with that Roblox simulator of yours. We're not doing that. It's 2020 or bust. Explain is available. Well then, let's go ahead and post a YouTube video of you in Explain. Get yourself a Cessna 172 and make a no ILS landing. Go completely visual and make sure that you have the weather on, if it's even available in the fake simulator. And that right there probably pissed off a lot of Explain users. But when it comes to Explain, it takes time to explain. I use real life weather. So what you see out there is the weather that is actually happening in those places. If there's a lot of side wind, you get blown off the center line, of course. If it's shitty weather, you get shitty weather. If it's gorgeous weather, like right now, you get gorgeous weather. By the way, look at me getting pissed off at getting challenged by a 14-year-old. Come on. $100 miles to FAUP, and we're currently at a heading of 169, and the visual runway is runway 19, so we're coming in doglegging. There we have it, folks. The border is visible. And yes, we have a blue surrounded area right here. We are not in radio reach. And they're gone. Well, story of my life. Come on, folks. Stay online. But anyway, we're about to cross into South Africa. I'm gonna keep a good watch on this area right here. Resetting my view. There we go. One to 4.8. It's Cape Town control. Let's listen in on them and see if there's anything. Cape Town Control, Papa Hotel Bravo Victor Lima, radio check please. I seriously doubt it. Finally a time when we actually see a blue surrounded area and nobody answers. Aye. Anyway, 75 miles from the airport. They're offline again. South African internet for you. I'm watching the distance towards the airport because it's going to be a visual, and we kind of want to make a landing of which we can walk away from. And that basically means that about 25 to 30 miles distance we're going to start a bit of a descent. Because obviously we are not at 10,000 feet right now, are we? That's not 10,000. That's 3,000 max. And according to my notes here, the runway should be at 2,750, but to be able to reach that, the scenery has to drop significantly, and I doubt that it will do that. Not even close. We're really about to cross over into South Africa, folks. Three miles to go. Found me on VatSpy. Oh, well done. Now come and join me. Haha. Who is that? Undamped Pants 3-4. Give yourself a game name already. Come on. And I think we have left Namibia for real. Yes, sir, we did. We're now officially in South Africa. Here's that guy again, undammed pants. I'm not making this up, he is actually up there. Why? And by the way, that's a solo player, he's not on VatSim. No, Steph, that's what I just say, he's not on VatSim, so he's a solo player. And just like me, he's got his settings set to all, so you can see everybody. Whether they're on VatSpy or not, that's no difference. There's groups that you can set to live, so you can see everybody and live planes, and there's live where you can see all other players, and then there's groups, and with groups you can see only your own group of friends. But seriously, what kind of a game name is that? Undammed Pants. Come on. Six miles to go. 55.9, 55.8. To get on VatSpy, you need a VatSpy account. VatSpy.com. Go there. You need a client to talk. I used vPilot. And VatSpy is the one that shows you where every other VatSim player is. So we got our leg group here to the left. And shortly after that we should be able to find the airport and land. And again, this is going to be purely visual, which basically means we don't know shit. Looks like this line should be straight in, but the runway is 19er. That's terrifying, isn't it? Considering we're going and heading 170. There's 2 degrees off. That's no good. probably going to be one of those landings where you finally see the airport go plummeting down and end up dead anyway. Well, I guess we can go down to 8,000. Do a little bit of low flying. Engine over revving. Let's pull it back. To come back to the question of Steph, so you need flight simulator, you need a VatSim account, you need a voice client like vPilot, and VatSpy simply shows you where everybody is. That's about it. So they're all separate programs you get to download. Luckily, they're not too large. Strange scenery down there. Sudden dry patch in the forest. long is it till the airport? 40 miles. It's gonna get exciting, boys and girls, because we never know. Coming up on 1,000 seems to be more than enough. Millimeter 31. What are you talking about, sir? Those undamped pants are a 34. We still cannot zoom in well enough. Caravan. Well, that's a turboprop, sir, and this is a piston engine. It's a 172. Clear the area real quick. Nope, we're still not inside. Would not mind if there was any shape or form of airport inside right now. It's possible that that undamped guy is flying away from it. No. And obviously we cannot communicate with him. Shoo! Go away, top menu. This can't be long until we see something. And with my luck, we're going to have to do some drastic measures to be able to land properly. Maybe even have to go do a go around. First, let's go down 500. You were an airport, where would you hide? Miles, airport should be visible. And now we can zoom in, and yes, we're coming in dog-legged. This guy here is idle at 2,721 feet. Runway should be at 2,750. So that means that the elevation should drop dramatically in the next 21 miles. Take a bit of the speed out. Oh, he's taking off. He does not want to be in the presence of awesomeness. Me. does seem he is a bit bouncy. But if those elevations are correct, I should prep my auto for 5,000 at least. And let's go down. Because chances are we may survive. And if this guy is actually there and he's trying to take off, well, he is a bit bouncy, isn't he? Seventeen point miles. 17.7 miles to go. No landing lights, no indicators, no nothing. Come on, where are we supposed to land? It is around here. It should be visible long by now. Map. River. Airport should be before the river, so somewhere here. Long way, short bay should be ours. It should be visible by now. Should be a bit ambitious. Where is the friggin' airport? This probably isn't it. Or is it? That should be dead ahead. Oh, here we go. Could be it. It should be right before the rivers. It's okayed by the map. Normally I would start alerting other traffic in the area. There is no other traffic in the area in all of Africa. So I'm not gonna bother. And this guy with his damping pants, well, I'm not gonna bother with him either. Now again, we're coming in dog-legged, meaning we're going to have a fend for ourselves for the directions, and we're not coming in straight. And that could be runway number 1. This should be our runway. In theory. Okay. Well, if it refuses to let me descend, I'm going to decide that for myself. As there's nobody in the area, I'm going to opt for the long runway. Haha. Two notches of flaps decreases the chances of stalling, and let's get down in a hurry. Somebody beeped the horn. That undammed pants guy is coming for me in a hurry. And he obviously doesn't know that I will not stop. See him coming? Look at him going space shuttle status. And back down. I'm calling slew mode. That is not how you play Flight Simulator. And by the way, he crashed his sim, by the way. There he is again. Alright folks, runway 17, here we go. He is absolutely space shuttle status with his inverted machine. This crazy guy out here. Here is a gorgeous way out of this situation. Let's utilize it. Clipped a bit of grass. Stopped carrying a long time ago. Now let's hold short and figure out where the parking is. Straight ahead apparently. Well, let's go there. Look at this crazy guy go. He dies like every 5 minutes. What is he? He's a 13-year-old. Anyway, general aviation has been reached. Not sure what you guys qualify. Boo! Oh, 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 oh. I can still miss him. All right. Parking brake is set. And we have reached Upington International. Now looking around, I don't think it's a place of great importance. But okay, that's not up to me. I didn't invent the name. Now, what I did invent is this entire series. So either tomorrow or Sunday we are going to fly. And then we're going to fly to, what's that name again? Cape Town. And after we did Cape Town, which can be either tomorrow or the day after, then we are going to continue our journey back up north along the east coast of Africa. Yeah, this happens a lot lately. They don't really get along with the VatSim network all of the time. Then again, we're going to go up with the coast of Africa through the Arabics and then continue onto Indonesia, Vietnam, everywhere. So yeah, that's it for basically today. This flight has been long enough. I want to thank everybody for coming down and having a look-see. And I hope to see you all again in the next episode. Of course, I'm going to have to shut down. So the first thing I shut down was that subscribe message. That's been on there long enough now. Alright. End of engine. Here we go. Then I'm going to shut off the avionics, which will shut off the simulator. And then I'll shut off this, well, the stream basically. So I will hopefully see you guys tomorrow or the day after. Bye bye now.